for Jaden Cook. That was Jaden's time at 111.09. Up next, we'll have number 101, Charlie Lucas out of Jackson, Wyoming on a Polaris, followed by Trayson Letts, Colton McCall. So Charlie got a 111.09. 111.09 for Charlie Lucas. And right now on the hill is Jaden Cook.
And we'll get Wild Will's high mark here in just a minute. Cody Bonney's going to be wrapping up qualifying for 600 stock. All right. Cody Bonney, another Montana racer, Helena, Montana. Does real estate when he's not racing.
And in the blue lane, Jaden Cook comes in with a 102.87, 102.87. Up next on the hill, we should have number 126, Trayson Letts out of Garden City, Utah on a Polaris. I will just wait to see his number to confirm that. And here in just a minute, I will run through the top 5 racers of this class that have run already. I will go through their times and marks once Trayson's on the hill.
Oh, I didn't catch that. I don't see him re-emerging. Looked like Cody may have gone a little sideways there. Number 13, Hill Help moving in. Looks like Cody Bonney also going to be taking a high mark. Unofficially till we hear it called down. 12.6 going to be Cody Bonney's high mark, 12.6. That wraps up qualifying. Top 12 coming back tomorrow for the final. Wild Will Burgess already back down, switched over to his improver. 600 improved stock now is what we're going to start qualifying. Racer number 541, the bull rider turned hill climber. I think he still ties on a bull or two in the summer.
All right, and our live feed is officially back up. So for those of you that have been watching here locally or online, we apologize for the delay on that. But that is back up, and it should be running. We look forward to getting your comments. Turns out when there's too many Wi-Fi signals, they don't work well together.
Collide. Some of them argue.
That's an issue a little bit.
Yep. All right, waiting on the green light for Wild Will.
As Ryan put it, technology fighting for space.
Mm-hmm.
But we've got them all worked out. I think we've got them all lined up, so none of them are interfering, and hopefully we can keep everything on the straight and narrow for going forward.
All right, green light for Burgess. All right, Wild Will having to take a high mark on the last one, going to put his aggression into it. He's got to take a look at the course, so he's going to read it a little bit better, dive through that other tricky spot there, just a little bit past 12, I think is where he was at as well.
Well, and I think actually his sled might be burnt down. I think it might be up there.
Oh,
I think that's what they were calling, was for somebody to help to take him down to the bottom so he could run this race.
Oh, man, that's never a good
I don't know
sign.
that for absolute, but I think that's what they were saying. So
It is a fun sport, but it is not a cheap sport.
no, it is not.
And you can probably relate to that pretty closely, can't you?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's not a free ride. Let's put it that way.
I see what you did there. That's pretty
Right?
good.
That's kinda
pretty
funny,
good.
huh?
I like that. All right, Will Burgess.
I'm not a professional comedian, but I'll give it my all.
I'll tell you what, I'm impressed. I'm impressed.
And in the left lane, officially, we are on number 126, Trayson Letts out of Garden, Utah on a Polaris. He will be followed by Colton McCallum, Logan Brewer, and DJ Hilliard.
Oh, boy. Well, we were talking about those sleds coming back after the riders, and that just happened with Will Burgess. Went and it looked to me like he went to telegraph into that corner, basically to try to set up for it a little bit. Was just a touch premature and kind of kayaked it sideways there, and then down the hill he and the sled come. Wild Will
which is really easy to do on those side hills. It's really hard to keep them
Oh, boy.
where they need to be. And in the left lane, we have a high mark for Trace and Lutz. We'll let you know what that high mark is going to be here in just a minute.
All right, I believe I heard that correctly. 12.4 for Wild Will Burgess. I will confirm that, but I believe that is what I heard. Yes, 12.4. That is confirmed. The official high mark for Wild Will Burgess, 12.4. Up next, race number 540. Dave McClure, Swan Valley, Idaho, riding Arctic Cat, followed by Cody Bonney and Brandon Tittenser.
And in the blue lane, Trace and Lutz gets a high mark at gate 10. That's gate 10 for Trace and Lutz. So I'm going to go back to rider number 1, or in the first spot there. Declan Ruffing got a high mark of 12.5. 12.5 for Declan Ruffing. Jaden Cook comes in with a time of 1:02.87. 1:02.87 for Jaden. Gage Peterson comes in with a 1:09.35. Gage Peterson, 1:09.35. Colton Taylor with a 1:03.91. 1:03.91 for Colton. Charlie Lucas with a 1:11.09. 1:11.09 for Charlie Lucas. And Trayson Lutz comes in with a high mark at gate 10. So going forward, we'll have number 224, Colton McCallum out of Grand Junction, Colorado on a Polaris, followed by Logan Brewer, DJ Hilliard, and Ryan Wood.
On the mountain right now, racer number 150, international superstar right here, Dave McClure, Swan Valley, Idaho, riding an Arctic Cat, definitely one of Arctic Cat's favorite sons, headed up the mountain right at her. He's no stranger to a fastest qualifying time, fastest time of the day, or a king title. Dave McClure, you better just hold on tight, watch fast, because he is going to light up this mountain.
Ooh, this is my jam.
I like it. All right, Dave McClure, watch how he navigates around these tough spots right here. Still no real distinct groove that everybody's taken. Everybody's kind of opening up their own path. A little bit of a luxury here that we have a Lost Trail that we haven't had before, but by the same token, with so many diversities in picking that line, not creating some blazing fast times, but look out. Here we go. Racer number 150 comes in with 1:03.85. 1:03.85 for Dave McClure, first time up the mountain today. Getting ready to go now with racer number 854, Cody Bonney, once again, Helena, Montana, riding Polaris, followed by Brandon Tittenser and Jeremy Harvey. So I was bragging about the Rustic Inn. I've stayed at the Rustic, and it's very nice. I've stayed there all 4 seasons, so whether or not you're looking to come to Jackson for the hill climb, but if you're looking to come out this way for your summer vacation, you're going to want to stay at the Rustic. It is the most incredible little cabin experience, super nice, beautiful beds, all the amenities. Got your little one-cup coffee maker thing going on there, and the shower is nothing short of, it's one of those dual shower head things.
Yeah, they are awesome.
Oh.
We stay there every year. We've been staying there for, I can't even tell you how long.
Yeah, and then there's the shuttle, so you can go down to the bars, hang out, have a good time, and get home safe and sound and not have to leave on probation.
Absolutely.
Cody,
way less expensive than a DUI,
oh,
for
yeah.
sure.
Cody Bonney on the mountain right now. And that's year-round. Once again, that is just a beautiful place to stay in the wintertime.
Absolutely. And in addition to the cabins that are just beautiful that you stay in, there's also the hot tub and the heated pool all year round, which are amazing. And also, they serve a kick bum breakfast in the morning.
Oh, yeah. And you can go down to the spa, too. You can take the shuttle down to the spa. Cody Bonney on the mountain through gate number 7, doing good right here. Helena, Montana racer on the mountain. Had a little bit. Oh, no. Here it comes again at gate number 10. That is just getting tricky. Those of you watching that on the live feed right there, you see those trenches? I mean, they're getting down there 3 or 4 feet. It is going to rock and roll you if you try to hit those the wrong way. It's going to tell you where you're going, not the other way around.
And Colton McCollum is going to get a rerun, so we're going to get him back down and get him going again. They didn't get a start time for him, so he will get a rerun. And on the hill right now, number 484, Logan Brewer out of Laramie, Wyoming on a Polaris. This gentleman, a miracle being back here as well. We talked about those injuries. He was in a really bad car wreck just after this time last year, and it's pretty awesome that he's already back racing. That's amazing.
So Cody Bonney going to get a high mark up next on the starting line in the pro lane. Racer number 62, Brandon Tittenser, Afton, Wyoming. Riding Polaris going to be followed by Jeremy Harvey and Jeremy Archibald. All right, Brandon Tittenser, Afton, Wyoming. Great racer, Star Valley boy, headed up the mountain right now. Really excels in these 600 classes. Just the right size for it. Got great maneuverability. Picks a really good line. Diving in there, kind of taking his own line a little bit, going around that gate. Here's that tricky spot at gate number 10. Got through it okay. Into 11. Now gate number 12 seems to be what's kind of messing a lot of our racers up. Watch Brandon.
It looks like there's some pretty deep trenches through there.
Very deep, but Brandon just kind of sailed right through him. He saw where he needed to go, anticipated what the sled was going to do when he hit those grooves and rode right with it. Boom. 107.13 for Brandon Tittenser. 107.13 for Brandon.
And in the blue lane, we're going to go ahead with number 417, DJ Hilliard out of Afton, Wyoming on a Polaris. Following him, we're going to let Colton McCallum have a rerun. And then I can't guarantee who's going to be next, so we'll go with those for right now.
We'll make it happen. We're racing, and that's what counts.
Right? As fast as we can.
That is right. On the starting line, racer number 406 in the red lane, Jeremy Harvey, Riverton, Utah. Riding Polaris going to be followed by Jeremy Archibald and Clint Covert. Once again, I want to thank our other corporate sponsors, Starting Line Products, multiple parts and pieces and performance parts and accessories for your snowmobiles and other off-road rigs. Big thanks to Starting Line Products. Climb, the official outerwear of the Rocky Mountain State Hill Climb Association, also sponsors many of our racers and many of our individual races. Climb. They are a four-season company, all of your outerwear, and you have that beautiful,
Yeah, I'm all decked out in Climb. I'm not officially sponsored by Climb. I have to pay for my gear, but I really love it.
You represent it well.
I do. It's really comfortable. It's really warm. Keeps you dry.
So funny.
I can't complain.
When I went to the showroom where they have all of their items on display, I walk in there, and sure enough, I see your outfit there. I thought you were there.
Oh,
I saw that.
Did it have the curly hair and everything?
Cool. Well, it wasn't on a mannequin. It was on a hanger. But as soon as I saw it out of the corner of my eye, I was like, oh, Lexi's here.
Lexi. Oh.
I'll be dang.
Just kidding.
All right, here we go. Racer number 406, Jeremy Harvey, carving his way up there. He comes from Riverton, Utah. I don't know if I said Wyoming again or not. Been spending more time in Riverton, Wyoming than Utah lately. Oh, up and around, turning out after gate 12, making his way down. I wonder if that was mechanical. 12.1 is what we're going to call it as a high mark for Jeremy Harvey, 12.1. Up next, racer number 422, Jeremy Archibald, Smithfield, Utah, riding Articat. He's going to be followed by Clint Covert and Chad Adams. New sponsor this year, U.S. Diesel Parts, Montana-based company. They got all your performance parts, every brand you could possibly imagine. They get your industrial injection, injectors, turbos, hill brakes, anything you need for your diesel. They got those products. You can check them out at usdieselparts.com. Link over to them through the RMSHA Facebook page. Check out U.S. Diesel Parts. If you're hauling your toys up and down the highway, you're going to want to be friends with U.S. Diesel Parts.
And they have a lot more than, I mean, I know you just went through a good list of things, but they have a lot more than you would even think.
Oh, exactly. They got, if you just want to make it look good, they got that. If you want to make it run good, they got that. You name it, U.S. Diesel Parts has got it. You can link over to their page. Click on the icon, U.S. Diesel Parts, through rimshot.net. Check out U.S. Diesel Parts. Jeremy Archibald, Articat racer right here, doing really good this year.
And in the left lane, we have number 417, DJ Hilliard out of Afton, Wyoming on a Polaris. And his time did start, so we are off and running again officially.
Oh, there's those noisy Articat improvers. These are hot machines right here.
Hope you have your earplugs ready.
Yeah. Getting serious, great racer right here. Story I tell all the time. I'm not going to do it today, though, but I believe that I had a lot to do with his ability to race and finish as quickly as he does. I spent a lot of time chasing him. It was on a motorcycle, but still.
Well, you know, we all like to have a little bit of fun. DJ Hilliard is coming in with a 1.09.71. DJ Hilliard at 109.71 for DJ. Up next, number 224, Colton McCallum out of Grand Junction, Colorado on a Polaris. This will be his re-ride since we did not get a time on him, and his time has started, so that's great news.
Oh, boy, Jeremy Archibald getting hung up there just past gate 11, right at 11. Now, once again, he's got a minute to get things going. He did not have to repull or anything, but with all this deep snow, very tough for these racers to get going again. But Jeremy might just do it. Yeah, he's going to turn out there. Maybe he did repull up there, may have had to restart. So Jeremy Archibald going to turn out 11.1 high mark for Jeremy Archibald. Up next from Idaho Falls, Idaho, my good buddy Clint Covert. He also rides Articat, good racer. He's been having a good year so far. I think he qualified in every class last weekend.
.101.66 for Colton McCallum. Up next, we're going to have number 59, Ryan Wood out of Big Timber, Montana on an Articat. And I believe Logan Brewer is also going to get a re-ride, so I'll let you know when we're going to put him in. And going forward, I'll let you know what the order is as well.
Sounds like a plan to me.
It's kind of hard when we have a little bit of shuffle and some re-rides in here to keep everybody straight. So I'll try my best to keep you guys advised of who's on the hill and what's going on and who's going to be next.
Well, it's a good thing we got you because I'm not very good at multitasking.
Well, this is a really hard job if you've got both sides going at the same time and just one person in here. I know those people listening are laughing at us saying, you guys are silly. All you're doing is writing down times. But
Yeah,
we've got walkie-talkies. We've got all kinds of things going on in here.
I'm pretty sure we could land the space shuttle in here if we had to.
And we wouldn't even notice.
Exactly. Clint Covert, Articat, on the mountain in the pro lane right now. Racer number 54, Idaho Falls, Idaho. Yeah, getting with it. Making good time early on in the hill.
Logan Brewer, please take your semi-pro stock sled to the starting line. Logan Brewer.
All right, Clint Covert getting
112.98, 112.98. Sorry to cut you off there, Kenny. That is for Ryan Wood. 112.98 for Ryan Wood. Up next, I believe we'll have number 98, Sam Peterson out of Wisdom, Montana on a Polaris. And then I believe we're going to try to rerun Logan Brewer. So Logan Brewer, please report to the starting line.
Oh, boy, you're going to want to keep an eye on Sam Peterson right here. I'll bet you he is going to lay down a blazing fast time. Races with, somewhat trained by one of the racing legends of the Rocky Mountain States Hill Climb Association. Clint Covert coming up with a high mark as well. That number 10, it is so soft right there. But the trenches are just hard enough. You hit it fast enough, just like when you fall down water skiing. Water's soft most of the time. You hit it fast, it's going to knock you for a loop. And it seems to be what is happening to our racers up here.
Well, and part of the problem is that you're going from hard pack to soft to hard pack to soft to ice. And the terrain changes constantly, so your traction is constantly changing, which is difficult to overcome.
Without a doubt.
Logan Brewer to the starting line. Logan Brewer to the starting line, please.
Clint Covert dug in deep there. Want to throw out a great big thanks. I believe a new sponsor this year, Curve Industries. Check out their XS Intro Package. The XS Snowmobile Ski Platform is Curve's standard trail performance ski. The XS offers predictable cornering, performance, reduced tracking, low steering effort, unmatched durability. The XS ski is the choice of many Canes Quest, USCC, Core Power Sports, RMR snowcross teams, and racers who wish to dominate the race course. Big thanks to Curve Industries jumping in this year, getting ready to go with racer number 961, Chad Adams, soon as the course is clear. Clint Covert coming in with 10 and change.
All right, and Sam Peterson comes in with a 105.54, 105.54. Up next, we'll have number 525, Richard Hershey out of Jackson, Montana, on a Polaris. Jackson, Montana, not Wyoming, on a Polaris. And then Logan Brewer, please report to the starting line. Logan Brewer to the starting line. You have a rerun. Logan Brewer.
All right, Chad Adams on the mountain, another Montana racer right here, Jackson, Montana. All right, Logan Brewer. Boy, don't make us put you on the clock. Logan Brewer to the starting line. Logan Brewer to the starting line. On the mountain in the pro lane, racer number 961, Chad Adams, Billings, Montana, riding Polaris. Going to see if we can get these guys through it. They do get an opportunity to get up there and look at the course early in the morning, but with the beautiful sunshine and warm temperatures, these course conditions can change within a matter of minutes. So you think you know what you're going to do when you get down to the bottom. It looks different when you get back up to the top, and then the conditions change overall. Chad Adams powering through, though. Got through the tricky part. 112.74 for Chad Adams, 112.74.
And in the blue lane, we do officially have number 525, I believe, Richard Hershey out of Jackson, Montana, on a Polaris. So, Logan Brewer, if you have not already reported to the starting line, please head to the starting line. Logan Brewer to the starting line.
In the red lane, up next, racer number 222, Whitewater, Colorado, getting ready to go. This guy logs a bunch of miles every weekend, travels up, rarely stays, always back and forth to work, school, the whole 9 yards, going pro this year. Jonathan Dermis looking for big things out of this racer, headed up the hill right now.
And in the blue lane, it looks like Hershey went outside of the track there. I don't know which gate he went out right after. I believe they're going to call that high mark at gate 7. High mark at gate 7.
All right, Jonathan Dermis.
And in the blue lane, we're going to have number 484, Logan Brewer out of Laramie, Wyoming on a Polaris. He's going to get his rewrite here in just a minute.
And Jonathan Dermis looks like he's going to wind up getting a high mark. I'll tell you, there's really no consistency of what is tripping these guys up. Jonathan went in, dug in, snowmobile hooked up, front end came right up, got out of it, got it back down, didn't come over on top of him, but it is just really hard to pinpoint what exactly is going on that corner number 12. I guess all we can do is guess that it's the trenches and how the hill's setting up.
And I lied to you again. We're going with 910, Brady Stone out of Ovando, Montana on a Polaris. Right now on the hill, Brady Stone out of Ovando, Montana. And Kenny, you were talking about those sleds wheeling and whatnot. Part of that is their limiter straps. They have to set them, and sometimes when the snow conditions change as they go up the hill, it's not ideal for one point or another. So.
And that's what caught. You just enlightened me in a big way right there.
Yeah, loosening or tightening their limiter straps allows them to pull off the ground a little more or a little less.
All right. Well, remember my last snowmobile was a 93 Storm. We've already covered that.
It's good. You got number 192.
We've got him all clear, headed up the hill, racer number 192, Tremont, Utah. I believe took the entire year off last year. Tavern Rupp looking good so far. Really did well in Afton. On a Polaris, headed up the hill.
And in the blue lane, 910, Brady Stone comes in with a 104.42. 104.42 for Brady Stone. And I think, well, we've got another racer coming. I'll let you know who it is.
Soon as you know, we'll know. I like it. All right, here we go, Tavern getting around.
731. I'm sorry, I totally just... 731 Ty McKay out of Dillon, Montana, local hometown hero here on a Polaris.
Oh, no. The dreaded gate 12, 12.8. Well, he almost was at 13. High mark at 12.8 for Tavern Rupp, 12.8.
106.57, 106.57 for Ty McKay, laying down a good time there. I believe we're going to have Cody Wood up next, number 887 out of Kalispell, Montana on a Polaris, but I will wait and let you know for sure.
Probably a good idea. On the starting line, in the red lane, on the track.
Yes, we do have Cody Wood. He is making his way up there on his beautiful pink sled.
Dolan Phelps making his way up the mountain. Bit of a loose cannon here. Fish Haven, Idaho racer riding Polaris. One 12-16 got one up and over. 1-1-2-1-6 for Dolan Phelps. Up next, racer number 310, Cody Monroe, McCall, Idaho, riding Polaris, followed by Brock Sharp and Ian St. John.
Are you still on me? They haven't been telling me when he's done with me, so I can switch.
All right, in the red lane, we have number 706, Brock Sharp out of Moxie, Washington on an Arctic Cat. Actually, I lied. That should be number 310, Cody Monroe out of McCall, Idaho on a Polaris. That's in the red lane. In the blue lane, we didn't get a stop time for Cody Woods, so we're working on that. Up next will be number 159, Matt McRae out of Prince George, BC on a Polaris. In the blue lane, number 159, Matt McRae out of Prince George, BC. One 12:07, 1:12.07 for Cody Monroe. Up next, number 706, Brock Sharp out of Moxie, Washington on an Arctic Cat in the red lane, followed by Ian St. John, Keith Bailey, and Rob Kincaid. In the blue lane, we should have number 159, Matt McRae on the hill right now. And I have an update on Cody Wood, number 887. He got a high mark of gate 4, for Cody Wood. Number 159, Matt McRae, got a 104.07, 104.07. Up next should be number 622, Sean Kemp out of Hamilton, Montana on an Arctic Cat. And in the red lane, we have number... We have 706, Brock Sharp from Moxie, Washington on an Arctic Cat. Looks like his handlebars got bent down there when he hit this first jump, so he's on his way up the hill. And in the blue lane, number 622, Sean Kemp out of Hamilton, Montana on an Arctic Cat, followed by Cody Patrick, Landon Cullen, and Luke Bledsoe, I believe. And in the right lane, Brock Sharp making his way up there. One, 2-0.02, 1-2-0.02 for Brock Sharp. Up next in the red lane, number 111, Ian St. John out of Kellogg, Idaho on an Arctic Cat. You think I could stumble over my tongue a little bit more?
We are crashing a lot of words into each other today, I'll tell you what.
We'll get it figured out. Give us a few more minutes.
All right, so all racers just found out before we go into 600 modified, we're going to make a little bit of a gate change. But we are going to be making a gate change, going to be moving 10 and 12 red to the right. We'll let you know when we're doing that. 10 and 12 red going to the right.
And thank you, gentlemen, for getting me all fixed up. Logan Brewer has a high mark on the hill. That was actually Logan Brewer, not Sean Kemp. So 484, Logan Brewer is going to get a high mark, and we'll have that for you in just a second. Sounds like it's going to be an 8.1 for Logan Brewer, high mark.
All right, there's that nasty gate number 12, but it looks like Ian St. John is going to power through it now.
And in the left lane, now we should be on number 622, Sean Kemp out of Hamilton, Montana on an Arctic Cat.
Truck. God damn it.
All right, in the red lane right now, racer number 517, Keith Bailey from Utah, riding players. In the blue, racer number 622, Sean Kemp, Hamilton, Montana, riding Arctic Cat. 107.96. 107.96 for Sean Kemp, 107.96. Up next, racer number 376, Cody Patrick, Butte, Montana, riding players, followed by Landon Kula and Luke Bledsoe in the red lane. On the mountain, Keith Bailey, going to be followed by Rob Kincaid and Les Keller. Oh, Keith Bailey on his side. He'll help moving in. All right, so Keith Bailey coming in with 11.2 high mark. Ian St. John's time was 126.83, 126.83 for Ian St. John. Once again, getting ready to go with racer number 103, Rob Kincaid, Victor, Idaho. Cody Patrick still on the mountain in the blue lane. All right, word coming in. Cody Patrick taking a high mark of 11.9 as we get ready to go to racer number 308 in the blue lane. Landon Kula, Yakko, Washington. He's riding Arctic Cat, going to be followed by Luke Bledsoe and Hunter Johnson. Women's 600 stock, be ready. Women's 600 stock. We're about 4 away from you. Women's 600 stock, we're about 4 away on the mountain. Rocky Mountain, Rob Kincaid, Victor, Idaho, riding Arctic Cat. Uh-oh. It's like he's still going. Once again, if he can get it back around, keep that upward motion, we can get going on that. He is moving again. Landon Kula on the hill in the blue. 1:29.07. Took him a while to do it, but he got it done, and that's what counts. 1:29.07 for Rocky Mountain Rob Kincaid. Up next, racer number 147, Les Keller, Kalispell, Montana. Riding Polaris, going to be followed by Aaron Kapner and Kyle Heap. We're 3 away from 6 modified. 6 modified, we'll be making a slight gate change on 10 and 12. Going to move them both to the right, is what I was heard. We'll make that official. We'll tell you when to look to the sky to find out when that's going to happen. But it is supposed to happen before 6 mod. Next racer in the red, racer number 147, Les Keller from Kalispell. Oh, Les Keller getting around there, getting to a stop, but got it going back again. Oh, boy. That is just a tricky spot.
That was. Am I clear?
All right, sounds like we're going to have a high mark in the red lane for Les Keller.
And in the blue lane, we have number 414, Luke Bledsoe out of Lolo, Montana, on a Skidoo, followed by Hunter Johnson and Matt Wanger to wrap up the semi-pro stock class. And then we'll move into the women's 600 stock.
All right, once again, we're going to be moving red 10 and red 12 to the right. On the line right now, racer number 397, Aaron Kapner, Idaho Falls, Idaho, riding Arctic Cat, going to be followed by Kyle Heap. That'll wrap up 600 improved qualifying. Then we go to 6 mod, but we will have that gate change. Going to do a quick little camera test. Won't be a big lag, but we will have just a second while we make that gate change.
And in the blue lane, Luke Bledsoe comes in with a 104.78, 104.78. Up next, number 275, Hunter Johnson out of Jackson, Wyoming, on a Skidoo, followed by Matt Wanger, and that'll wrap up your semi-pro stock class. Up next, we will have women's 600 stock. And in the blue lane, Hunter Johnson comes in with a 107.99, 107.99. Up next, number 595, Matt Wenger out of Post Falls, Idaho on an Arctic Cat. And then we are going to jump back to Landon Culla. We did not get a time for him. He will have a reride, so Landon Culla will be going again. And that will wrap up your semi-pro stock, and will be moved on into the women's 600 stock with Taylor Myers, Sammy Rogers, and Shelly Balls.
All right, on the mountain right now, racer number 397, Aaron Capner, Idaho Falls, Idaho, riding Articat. He's going to be followed by Kyle Heap. Sounds like we might have a rerun on Les Keller, then we'll make that gate change.
All right, and we are going to rewrite Landon Culla before we run Matt Wenger. So number 308, Landon Culla from Yolcott, Washington on an Arctic Cat will be headed up the hill now in the blue lane.
Oh no, Aaron Capner tumbling right there past, I believe that's gate number 11. And that sled lit hard on his leg. I'm hoping he's going to be all right. He'll help him get up. He's up and moving. Good news, good news. All right, high mark of 11.3 for Aaron Capner. Then I think we're going to go with racer number 217, Kyle Heap out of Evanston, Wyoming, riding Polaris. Then we'll go back up, pick up Les Keller. That will wrap up the class. Then we'll do the gate changes and go into 6 mod qualifying.
$105.25, 105.25 for Landon Culla. Again, 105.25 for Landon Culla. And wrapping up your semi-pro stock will be number 595, Matt Wenger out of Post Falls, Idaho on an Arctic Cat. And then we'll be moving into the women's 600 stock. Taylor Myers, Sammy Rogers, Shelly Balls, Taylor Peck.
So, Aaron Capner, actually, the official is going to be 11.1, 11.1 high mark for Aaron Capner. Kyle Heap on his way up the hill. Evanston, Wyoming, racer riding Polaris.
So can Robin come relieve me for a while? Is he not running the camera? No, Lauren did. Isn't Robin down there somewhere?
All right, Les Keller back to the starting line with your 6 improved. Les Keller to the starting line with 6 improved, please. All right, racer number 217, Kyle Heap on the mountain.
And in the blue lane, we have a 113.72, 113.72 for Matt Wenger. That will wrap up your semi-pro stock class. Up next, we're going to have women's 600 stock. We have first out, number 27, Taylor Myers out of Soda Springs, Idaho on a Polaris, followed by Sammy Rogers, Shelly Balls, and Taylor Peck.
Les Keller, or anybody that can find Les Keller, send him to the starting line with his 6 improved, please. Les Keller to the starting line with your 6 improved. 114.95 for Kyle Heap. 114.95 for Kyle Heap. All right. We're going to rerun Les Keller, then switch the gates a little bit up, then go into 600 modified.
Carol do that. Send Robin up here. I gotta pee. I need to eat. I need a drink. I need my sunglasses. I need some foot warmers.
Les Keller's on his way back down the hill right now. Like I say, we're going to do one final rerun. That'll wrap up 600 improved qualify, and then Les Keller is on the starting line. So after this, we'll have the gate change, and we'll go into 600 modified. So it'll be Mike Thompson, Tony Zollinger, and Brandon Tittenser, your first 3.
And unofficially for semi-pro stock, I have your top 12 qualifiers unofficially. In first, Colton McCallum. Second, Jaden Cook. Third, Colton Taylor. Fourth, Matt McRae. Fifth, Brady Stone. Sixth, Luke Bledsoe. 7, Landon Culla. 8, Sam Peterson. 9, Ty McKay. 10, Sean Kemp. 11, Hunter Johnson. And 12, Gage Peterson. Again, that's unofficial semi-pro qualifiers that will move on for tomorrow.
.108.47, 108.47 for Les Keller. All right, all your 600 mod racers, please look up to the sky. We're going to move gates 10 and 12 to the right. Gates 10 and 12 to the right, towards Montana is where we're going to be moving those gates. Speed the course up a little bit. Got a long way to go and a short time to get there. Once again, 600 mod racers, take a peek up there. You can see where they're moving gates 10 and 12, kind of straightening it out just a little bit, give you a little more momentum to get up and over.
For Jaden Cook. That was Jaden's time at 111.09. Up next, we'll have number 101, Charlie Lucas out of Jackson, Wyoming on a Polaris, followed by Trayson Letts, Colton McCall. So Charlie got a 111.09. 111.09 for Charlie Lucas. And right now on the hill is Jaden Cook.
And we'll get Wild Will's high mark here in just a minute. Cody Bonney's going to be wrapping up qualifying for 600 stock. All right. Cody Bonney, another Montana racer, Helena, Montana. Does real estate when he's not racing.
And in the blue lane, Jaden Cook comes in with a 102.87, 102.87. Up next on the hill, we should have number 126, Trayson Letts out of Garden City, Utah on a Polaris. I will just wait to see his number to confirm that. And here in just a minute, I will run through the top 5 racers of this class that have run already. I will go through their times and marks once Trayson's on the hill.
Oh, I didn't catch that. I don't see him re-emerging. Looked like Cody may have gone a little sideways there. Number 13, Hill Help moving in. Looks like Cody Bonney also going to be taking a high mark. Unofficially till we hear it called down. 12.6 going to be Cody Bonney's high mark, 12.6. That wraps up qualifying. Top 12 coming back tomorrow for the final. Wild Will Burgess already back down, switched over to his improver. 600 improved stock now is what we're going to start qualifying. Racer number 541, the bull rider turned hill climber. I think he still ties on a bull or two in the summer.
All right, and our live feed is officially back up. So for those of you that have been watching here locally or online, we apologize for the delay on that. But that is back up and it should be running. We look forward to getting your comments. Turns out when there's too many Wi-Fi signals, they don't work well together.
Collide. Some of them argue.
That's a issue a little bit.
Yep. All right, waiting on the green light for Wild Will.
As Ryan put it, technology fighting for space.
Mm-hmm.
But we've got them all worked out. I think we've got them all lined up, so none of them are interfering, and hopefully we can keep everything on the straight and narrow for going forward.
All right, green light for Burgess. All right, Wild Will having to take a high mark on the last one. Going to put his aggression into it. He's got to take a look at the course, so he's going to read it a little bit better. Dive through that other tricky spot there, just a little bit past 12, I think, is where he was at as well.
Well, and I think actually his sled might be burnt down. I think it might be up there.
Oh,
I think that's what they were calling, was for somebody to help to take him down to the bottom so he could run this race.
Oh, man, that's never a good
I don't know
sign.
that for absolute, but I think that's what they were saying. So
It is a fun sport, but it is not a cheap sport.
no, it is
I
not.
can probably relate to that pretty closely, can't you? All right, we are back to racing now and talking.
And in the blue lane, number 27, Taylor Myers out of Soda Springs, Idaho on a Polaris, followed by Sammy Rogers, Shelly Balls, and Taylor Peck.
In the red lane, racer number 75, Mike Thompson. Headed up the hill right now, going to be followed by Tony Zollinger and Brandon Tittenser. 600 modified, boosted sleds headed up the hill right now.
One 23.59, 123.59 from Taylor Myers. Up next, number 330, Sammy Rogers out of Camas, Utah on a Skidoo, followed by Shelly Balls, Taylor Peck, and Ashlyn Wood. Then we'll have Whitney Archibald and Brianna Brew will wrap up your women's 600 stock, and we'll be into amateur stock. Starting out, Austin Rogers, Bodie Robinson, and Dalen Ruffin.
1:05:29, 1:05:29. Starting things off for Mike Zollinger, Providence, Utah boy, going to his neighbor now. Racer number 3, Tony Zollinger, Wellsville, Utah, riding Articat. He is going to be followed by Brandon Tittenser, then John Dermis.
Lane there, making her way up.
Tony Zollinger blazing a trail there. Look at those gate changes. Kind of straightened it out a little bit, making up for a little bit of lost time we had this morning, but still challenging nonetheless. Tony Zollinger through 10. There's 11, 12 on his way up and over.
And in the blue lane, Sammy Rogers comes in with a high mark at 12.05. 12.05 for Sammy Rogers. Up next, we'll have number 17, Shelly Balls out of Smoot, Wyoming on a Polaris, followed by Taylor Peck, Ashlyn Wood, and Whitney Archibald.
Tony Zollinger coming in with 1:01:15. He is in the lead right now as far as qualifying with 600 modified, 101.15. For Tony Zollinger, up next, racer number 62, Brandon Tittenser, Afton, Wyoming. Riding Polaris, going to be followed by Jonathan Dermis and Tanner Myers. Brandon Tittenser working his way up there. Real handy with these smaller sleds. Dancing on that sled like a gymnast, making the corner, headed for gate number 13, and up and over he goes. 5.873 for Brandon Tittenser, 58.73. Well done. Up next, racer number 222, Whitewater, Colorado, Jonathan Dermis. Riding Polaris, going to be followed by Tanner Myers and Big Ben.
One 118.92, 118.92 for Shelly Balls. Up next, number 105, Taylor Peck out of Rigby, Idaho on a Polaris, followed by Ashlyn Wood, Whitney Archibald, and Brianna Brew.
Jonathan Dermis having to take a high mark at 9. Tried to negotiate a little bit. Extreme angle tipping him over. High mark of 9 for Jonathan Dermis. As soon as we get him cleared up, going to go with racer number 2, Tanner Myers out of Soda Springs, Idaho, riding Polaris, followed by Big Ben Slensig and Sandy Sletton.
And those of you that are getting some lunch in the lodge, there's also some outdoor cooks going on. So if you go to the outdoor spot, they're cooking burgers for you guys. I believe it's on the lower deck or right by the lower deck there. So if anybody wants burgers and you don't want to wait in the long line inside, they are making them outside as well. So check out that lane if you want to get it a little quicker.
And by the way, they're fantastic too. All right, got a green light in the pro lane. Tanner Myers, 600 modified qualifying here at Lost Trail. Ooh, coming down hard off that jump. Hopefully it didn't rattle his cage too much. Wow. Another big jump right here. Kicker. I'll tell you what, you better be on your game when you hit these jumps.
And a 134.74, 1.34.74 for Taylor Peck. Again, 134.74 for Taylor Peck. Up next, number 430, Ashlyn Wood out of Big Timber, Montana on an Arctic Cat, followed by Whitney Archibald. And wrapping up your women's 600 stock will be Brianna Brew. Up next, we'll have amateur stock with Austin Rogers, Bodie Robinson, and Dallin Ruffing.
Man, Tanner Myers making short work of the hill. 55.61, your new fastest qualifier. Wow. Smoking time. 5.561 for Tanner Myers. Up next, racer number 72.
Woo-hoo.
Big Ben Slensig, Rock Springs, Wyoming, riding Skidoo.
He happens to be my personal favorite, but I might be a little biased.
Now, you can't talk like that. You got to be even with all racers. That's part of being an announcer.
Don't get me wrong, I like all the racers, but I kind of love Ben.
Seems like something's going on here.
I love him lots.
He probably makes it easy.
He is a pretty good husband, I won't lie.
All right, Big Ben doing really good on the obstacles up there. Kind of smooth as glass on that last one. Landing like a feather.
That's what we like to see. And the blue lane, Ashlyn Wood gets a high mark at gate 10. High mark at gate 10 for Ashlyn Wood. Up next, number 829, Whitney Archibald out of Smithfield, Utah on an Arctic Cat. And wrapping up your class will be Brianna Brew.
All right, Ben laying it down right here. Got one more gate up and over he heads. 103.85, well done. 103.85, good enough right now for fourth in qualifying as we get ready to go with racer number 259. Haven't seen this racer this year. Sandy Sletton, Pinedale, Wyoming, riding Polaris. Off and rolling right here, Sandy Sletton. Pinedale, Wyoming, riding Polaris.
Oh no, looks like Whitney's going to be turning out there. We'll have an official high mark for you here in just a second. Sounds like 10.4. 10.4 for Whitney Archibald. last in your women's 600 stock class is number 416, Brianna Brew. Team Brewski out of Missoula, Montana, little local hometown hero. She's riding on a Polaris. And then we'll be up with the amateur stock with Austin Rogers, Bodie Robinson, Dallin Ruffing, Tanner Thomas, and Ian Arnold.
All right, I think we're going to get another quick one right here. 56-61, show enough. 5-6-6-1. Sandy Sletton didn't miss a beat. 1 full second behind first place. Second place in qualifying for Sandy Sletton right now with 5-6.61. As we get ready to go with racer number 89, my buddy Seth Wilson, Santaquin, Utah, riding Polaris, and he has got his game face on. Seth powering through the trenches.
And we got a high mark for Brianna Brew, and it looks like she's almost right at a gate there. We'll let you know for sure what the official high mark is.
Seth Wilson up and over with 1:08:07, 1:08.07 for Seth Wilson. Up next, going back to Idaho Falls now, racer number 397, Aaron Kapner, riding Articat. Once again, Idaho Falls, Idaho. Going to be followed by Aaron Sturck and Calvin Ehrman.
All right, and Brianna is going to get an 8.1 for Brianna Brew. Up next, we're going to have amateur stock number 509, Austin Rogers out of Francis, Utah on a Skidoo, followed by Bodie Robinson, Dallin Ruffing, and Tanner Thomas.
Have him grab Jaden and feed Jaden and then bring him up to relieve me after he's fed him.
All right. Aaron Kapner comes in with 1:02.69 on the mountain right now. Racer number 285, Aaron Sturck, Pinedale, Wyoming.
Also known as Cash or Crash.
Cash or Crash. Pinedale, Wyoming, riding Polaris. It's all or nothing for this racer. Going to be followed by Calvin Ehrman and Keith Bailey in less.
And Austin Rogers comes in with a 111.33. That's a 111.33 for Austin Rogers. Up next on the hill, number 68, Bodie Robinson out of Cedar City, Utah on a Polaris, followed by Dallin Ruffing, Tanner Thomas, and Ian Arnold.
All right. Got the green light on Cash or Crash. Getting ready to go. Race number 285, Aaron Sturt, Pinedale, Wyoming. Watch this guy fly.
I love watching Aaron race. He is just full throttle all the way.
Either going to be a blazing fast time or one of the coolest crashes you've ever seen.
Absolutely. As the reason he got his nickname, Cash or Crash.
Amen.
And he does love that nickname, by the way. He's not offended at all.
We got permission to call him that.
Absolutely.
Not from him, from his wife.
True. Who is probably here somewhere. She's probably in the pits. She's a great pit crew.
Oh, a little bit of a shuffle right there. Past 12. He is up and over. We'll get you his time directly. All right, so Aaron Sturt came in with 101.44, 101.44 on the Mountain Racer number 524C. Calvin Ehrman, Salmon Arm, British Columbia, riding Articat. Going to be followed by Keith Bailey, then Scott Thompson.
Okay, so Bodie Robinson is going to get a high mark at gate 9.8. That's 9.8 for Bodie Robinson. Up next in the blue lane, number 227, Dallin Ruffing out of Kimberly, Idaho on a Skidoo, followed by Tanner Thomas, Ian Arnold, and Caleb Adams.
All right. Calvin Ehrman comes in with 100.45. Keith Bailey on the mountain. All right. Looks like we got our display boards back up.
Which is great news.
So good. Well, yours is. Mine's not yet.
Yeah, it definitely makes it a little easier on the guys in the timing trailer if we're not bugging them. Hey, what was that time? Hey,
Yep.
what was that time? Hey, what was that time?
Oh, Keith Bailey on the line. Good, good, good.
And on the hill in the left lane is Dallin Ruffing out of Kimberly, Idaho on a Skidoo, number 227. After him, we'll have Tanner Thomas, Ian Arnold, and Caleb Adams.
Keith Bailey from Utah. Headed down there south a little bit. Kind of off the beaten path, Ephraim.
Ooh, and Dallin goes out of the course and steers it back around, back in. He did really awesome right there. That's really hard to do.
I'm a big fan of those kids. They're
They're
gentlemen.
awesome.
They work hard. They ride really well.
They respect their elders.
Yes, they do. Well, or Blake will stomp a mud hole in their behinds.
That is true. And it looks like Dallin comes in with a 117.69. That's 117.69 for Dallin Ruffing. Up next, number 120, Tanner Thomas out of Afton, Wyoming on a Polaris, followed by Ian Arnold, Caleb Adams, and Kellen Cook.
Keith Bailey up and over. We'll get you his time in just a minute as we get ready to go with racer number 44, Scott Thompson. Logan, Utah. Riding Polaris going to be followed by Garth Kaufman and Danny Johnson.
All right, in the blue lane, Tanner Thomas comes in with a high mark at 10.4. That's 10.4 for Tanner Thomas. Up next on the hill, number 302, Ian Arnold out of Glen Rock, Wyoming, riding on a Polaris, followed by Caleb Adams, Kellen Cook, and Braden Brew.
All right. So Keith Bailey comes in with 107.09, 107.09. Scott Thompson with 102.04, 102.04 for Scott Thompson. Up next, racer number 48, Garth Kaufman, Alta, Wyoming, riding Articat. Going to be followed by Danny Johnson and Tavern Rub. Turbo sleds making a lot of time right here. Garth Kaufman, one of the top racers.
All right, in the blue lane, we have a high mark at 10.3, 10.3 for Ian Arnold. Up next, we'll have number 96, Caleb Adams out of Billings, Montana on a Polaris, followed by Kellen Cook, Braden Brew, and Miss Allie Bledsoe.
Garth Kaufman up and over with 5.94, looks like. Wait. We'll get confirmation on that as we get ready to go with race number 107, Danny Johnson, Camas, Utah, riding Polaris.
And it looks like we might have a high mark in the red lane. We'll let you know here officially in just a second. Looks like Hill Help's coming in. They haven't touched him yet. As long as nobody touches them and they haven't pulled their tether, they're allowed to continue going if they're able to. And in the blue lane, number 96, Caleb Adams out of Billings, Montana on a Polaris. Oh, no, and in the blue lane we have a high mark as well. In the blue lane, the official high mark comes in at 9.3 for Caleb Adams, 9.3. Up next, number 29, Kellen Cook out of Ogden, Utah on a Polaris, followed by Braden Brew, Allie Bledsoe, and Tiffany McWilliams.
All right, going to bring you up to speed here real quick. Garth Kaufman came in with 5.9.41, 5.9.41 for Garth Kaufman. Danny Johnson comes in with a high mark of 9.9. On the starting line, racer number 192, Tavern Rupp, Tremont, Utah, riding Polaris, going to be followed by Dave McClure, Russ Tapio, Andy Thomas, Travis Zollinger, 700 stock. We'll be along shortly. 700 stock, we're about 5 away.
And it looks like we may have a high mark in the blue lane as well. We'll see if he can get it going again there. This is Kellen Cook out of Ogden, Utah. Looks like Hill Help's making their way down there. Official high mark in the blue lane is 7.4, 7.4 for Kellen Cook. Up next, number 449, Braden Brew, Team Brewski, out of Missoula, Montana on a Polaris, followed by Allie Bledsoe and Tiffany McWilliams, Lad Udy.
Tavern Rupp coming in with a 103.62, 103.62 as we get ready to go with racer number 150. Dave McClure, Swan Valley, Idaho, riding Arctic out, followed by Russ Tapio and Andy Thomas. Five 58.73 for Dave McClure That's right about, that's neck and neck with Brandon Tittenser. Up next, racer number 322, Russ Tapio, Battleground, Washington, riding Arctic Hat, followed by Andy Thomas. Travis Zollinger wrapping up 600 modified, 7 stock, Be Ready, Riley Sprunger, Ian St. John, Cody Monroe. You're the first 3 up in 7 stock.
And a reminder, in the blue lane, we have Braden Brew, number 449, local gentleman out of Missoula, Montana, on a Polaris, followed by Allie Bledsoe, Tiffany McWilliams, and Lad Udy.
Russ Tapio hanging up just a little bit. Gate number 12 there, very technical riding, making sure get up there as fast as he can. (102.48) for Russ Tapio. 102.48 for Russ Tapio. Up next, race number 104, Andy Thomas. Afton, Wyoming, riding Polaris, going to be followed by Travis Zollinger. Then we go to 700 stock. First 3 up in 7 stock. Riley Sprunger, Ian St. John, Cody Monroe. We're coming at you.
All right, and Braden Brew came in with a 111.90, 111.90 for Braden Brew. On the hill right now, one of my gals, 131, Allie Bledsoe out of Lolo, Montana on a Skidoo, followed by Tiffany McWilliams, Lad Udy, and Jackson Rogers.
All right, we got Team Locksaw on the mountain as we go now with Andy Thomas. Boosted Polaris headed up the hill. You better keep your eyes on this kid.
And Allie comes in with a 119.24, 119.24 for Allie Bledsoe. Up next on the hill, we have number 902, Tiffany McWilliams out of Dillon, Montana, riding on an Arctic Cat, followed by Lad Udy, Jackson Rogers, and Austin Zollinger.
All right. Andy Thomas comes in with 57.95, 57.95 for Andy Thomas. Travis Zollinger wrapping up the class. Probably the second oldest guy in the class, to be honest with you. I'm sure he loves it when I say stuff like that. Racer number 20, Travis Zollinger, Logan, Utah. Big thanks to Travis Zollinger. He's the one with Zollinger Racing Products that is going to make it possible for this event. Some select classes to be broadcast on altitude. We're hitting the big time, going to TV.
Uh-oh, we've got an upside-down sled up there. Hill helps headed in to get him flipped back over there. That's Tiffany McWilliams. So we'll have a high mark for her in the blue lane here in just a second. We'll let you know what that officially is. Officially 8.4, 8.4 for Tiffany McWilliams in the blue lane. Up next, number 623, Lad Udy out of Smithfield, Utah on an Arctic Cat, followed by Jackson Rogers, Austin Zollinger, and Cole Thomas.
All right, Travis Zollinger coming in with 103.05, 103.05 for Travis Zollinger. Wrapping up 600 modified qualifying. Now we're going to go to stock 700s. Up first, racer number 515. Riley Sprunger out of Butte, Montana, riding Polaris, followed by Ian St. John and Cody Monroe. All right.
In the blue lane, Lad Udy comes in with a 109.73, 109.73. And we're actually going to break for just a minute. We have the medics, I guess. They're going to bring somebody down. So not a rider, just so everybody knows, not a rider. But they're bringing somebody off the hill, so we're going to break for just a second.
But we're equally as concerned because it's hill help. So it sounds like he's okay. Like he didn't want to be transported down, wanted to walk himself. Ski patrol says, no, we're going to take care of you. You're going to do it right. So
right.
Hoping everything's all right there. But
caution over all else. I just didn't want any of the rider parents husbands, wives, anybody like that to say, oh, no, is that mine?
I understand, and that's very smart of you. Very smart. But I'll tell you what, he'll help.
They're invaluable.
Yeah,
I did not mean to suggest anything otherwise.
For the most part, not right in the head.
Well,
but that's okay. I mean, it's a good thing that we have them because some of the racers aren't either. We got one right here, and you can agree to that.
I mean, they have that.
But we appreciate them so much. These guys sacrifice their bodies to try to save
they literally
the parts
do.
And everything else. And
throw their bodies on sleds.
They multitask up there. They call. They have to put up with, if they make a call and a racer doesn't like it, they get yelled at. If a sled comes down the hill, they're expected to jump in front of it. So,
which is scary. Those sleds come in hot and heavy
absolutely.
Quite frequently.
And typically they are paid somewhere in the neighborhood of a hamburger, possibly a beverage after the show.
And maybe some water.
Yeah,
throughout
something
the day.
to that effect. So we really appreciate our hill help. We love them. And these guys have been absolutely great to work with here at Lost Trail. But once again, want to thank the sponsors, the incredible sponsors that made it possible with the live feed and the broadcast. We're working those bugs out, I'll tell you. For the conglomeration of things that have come together today to make this possible, really, we couldn't ask for a whole heck of a lot more. I guarantee we're going to get all this stuff ironed out, all the bugs worked out. We appreciate all you viewing at home. But the people that made that possible was Polaris, Carl's Cycle Sales, Zollinger Racing Products, Brett's RV, and Gold Boats. And Gold Boats, I guess I should put it that way. So we appreciate those sponsors, and of course, Gomer's Diesel, Harrington's Pepsi, and Bottling Mountain Dew, the drink of the weekend up here. Russell Motorsports, Missoula Arctic Cat, Western States Cat Rental, Montana Power Sports, Backcountry Sled Patriots, Brew Landscaping, and Team Brewski. Kurt's Polaris, Kurt's Off-Road, Wimp's Auto Body Works, Jerry Wessel's Tire Center, Wayland Tire, Knife River out of Missoula, Midland Implements, Montana Fire Sprinkler, Bitterroot Brewing Company, and of course Stitches, Team Locksaw. We appreciate them. We just like them being here.
But I hear
threw
them
in-
behind us.
I do too. They threw in and contributed a lot of, and you know, we were talking about kids, and that's kind of the structure that racing gives the Rocky Mountain. These teenagers. Oh, that would be a great time to go to a commercial. I forgot we have that now. Let's
Right?
do that, and I'll brag about Team Locksaw later.
Sounds good.
So we will go to commercial for our awesome sponsors. Into 2018, witness the most intense high-speed technical riding on the planet with the top international snowmobile hill climb athletes. For dates, location, and sponsorship information, find us online at RMSHA.net. That's RMSHA.net. Follow us on Facebook for live updates. Climb to new heights with RMSHA.
It's been there for it all. Every corner, every carve, and every time you've taken it all in. It's the heart racing in your chest, the hairs standing on the back of your neck, and the reason you keep coming back for more.
Testing. On the live feed, we have a message from Jeff Brown. Good luck, Team Locksaw from Rock Springs, Wyoming. And we have a question about what elevation we are at. I believe we're just under 8,000, if that's correct. Somewhere right about there at the starting line here. And we probably go up to just over 8, maybe somewhere approximately there. We'll try to get an official on that. And in the blue lane, we're going to have number 267, Jackson Rogers out of Camas, Utah on a Skidoo, followed by Austin Zollinger, Cole Thomas, and Wyatt Mackey.
All right, still holding on the red lane, letting Ski Patrol do their thing. We did have a time first up in 700. Riley Sprunger 1:01.69. We'll confirm that. Made a lot of stops between the timing trailer and here. But I believe that is correct. 1:01.69 for Riley Sprunger, starting things off in 7 stock. All right, looks like we have got the hill clear, headed up the mountain right now in the blue lane. Austin Zollinger From Wellsville, Utah, he's riding an Articat, headed up the hill right now, getting ready to go in the red. Racer number 111, Ian St. John Kellogg, Idaho, riding Articat, followed by Cody Monroe and Seth Wilson. In the blue, up after Austin is going to be Cole Thomas and Wyatt Mackey. I think my dyslexia kicked in. I believe, yes, this is Jackson Rogers, Camas, Utah, riding Skidoo. My apologies. All right, so once again in 7 stock, Riley Sprunger started it out with 101.69, 101.69 in St. John. Kellogg, Idaho, riding Articat on the mountain right now, carving his way up the hill.
And in the blue lane, Jackson Rogers comes in with a 113.23, 113.23 for Jackson Rogers, and that's good enough to put him in 4th so far. Up next, number 28, Austin Zollinger out of Wellsville, Utah, on an Articat, followed by Cole Thomas, Wyatt Mackey, and Hunter Hayden. And while we're at it, why don't we give the medics a round of applause?
Oh, yeah.
They're taking
Ski
good
Patrol.
care.
Thank you guys so much. We hope we don't have to use you, but we appreciate it when you're here, when we need you. And we had 112.20, 112.20 from Ian St. John. He is going to be followed by racer number 310, Cody Monroe. McCall, Idaho, headed up the hill right now. Then he'll be followed by Seth Wilson and Jeremy Harvey. And this is so funny. So we got Hal Tittenser sitting at home, former vice president of the Rocky Mountain States Hill Climb Association. He's asking because I forgot to announce Riley's time, so I got that covered for him. And then he goes, "This is great, sitting in my living room."
He must be nice and warm.
I was going to send him something that started with an A, but I chose not to. And then he says, "Can you read results when you get them? It don't get any better than this." And then he says, "Tell Bob Tom to quit trying to get on the live feed so much."
He's not razzing anyone at all.
Hi, Hal.
All right, and we officially have a high mark of 9.3 for Austin Zollinger. That's a high mark at 9.3 for Austin Zollinger. Up next, number 401, Cole Thomas out of Afton, Wyoming on a Polaris, followed by Wyatt Mackey, Hunter Hayden, and Josh Mears. Heads up for the Pro Senior Stock that's coming up. We will be moving a gate, so pay attention. We'll be letting you know more information about that here shortly.
All right. Cody Monroe up and over with 103.87, 103.87 for for Cody Monroe. Up next, racer number 89, Seth Wilson, Santaquin, Utah, riding Polaris. He's going to be followed by Jeremy Harvey and Chad Adams. Utah racer on the mountain riding Polaris. Laying down a good pass right there, 105.28, 105.28 for Seth Wilson. Up next, racer number 406, Jeremy Harvey. Riverton, Wyoming. Oh, dang it. Utah, riding Polaris. Going to be followed by Chad Adams and Luke Rainey. You'd think I live in Utah, I could get that right. Well, I only lived there for about 15 more minutes.
You would think so.
I'm going to be an Idahoan. help him out. Dig in there, Jeremy. Attaboy. Momentum is key when you get up to the top part where it's nice and soft. Horsepower can help, but it can also get you in a lot of trouble in that spot. $111.91, 11191 for Jeremy Harvey. Up next, racer number 961, Chad Adams, Billings, Montana, home state racer. Riding Polaris can be followed by Luke Rainey and Tavern Rupp.
And we are going again in the blue lane with number 401, Cole Thomas out of Afton, Wyoming on a Polaris. $113.23, 113.23 for Mr. Cole Thomas. Up next, number 747, Wyatt Mackey out of Cokeville, Wyoming on a Skidoo, followed by Hunter Hayden, Josh Mears, and Dylan Hart.
Ooh, running into a little bit of a snag there. Still in the course, though. 116.74. 116.74 for Chad Adams. Up next, racer number 303, Luke Rainey, Thane, Wyoming. Riding Polaris. He's going to be followed by Tavern Rupp and Garth Kaufman.
And it looks like we've got a high mark in the blue lane. We'll let you know what that officially is here in just a second.
Oops. Put gas in the generator. We're good now.
We're back in business. We got some catch up to do.
All right, Luke Rainey comes in with 5.784, 5.784, fastest qualifier. Then we have Tavern Rub with a high mark, a 9.5. Garth Kaufman, racer number 48, Alta, Wyoming, on the mountain right now.
And in the blue lane to catch you up, Cole Thomas comes in with a 113.23. Wyatt Mackey comes in with a high mark at 10.2. That's 10.2 for Wyatt Mackey. Hunter Hayden comes in with a high mark at 11. And up next will be number 900, Josh Mears out of Moxie, Washington on a Polaris. Followed by Dylan Hart, Riley Kincaid, Chance Jones, and Clancy Meager, which will wrap up your amateur stock class. Pro Senior Stock will have Farron Gilbert, Brad Sharp, and Grant Meyer. Please make sure that you know that the Gate 8 is going to change to the right for Pro Senior Stock. Gate 8 is going to move to the right.
Garth Kaufman coming in with 10050, 10050. Qualifying 700 stock right now. Up next, racer number 106, Taylor Seamers, Evanston, Wyoming, riding Polaris, followed by Dolan Phelps and Cody Bonney. One 10406 for Taylor Seamers, 10406. Up next, racer number 169, Dolan Phelps, Fish Haven, Idaho. Riding Polaris, followed by Cody Bonney and Brandon Tittenser.
Ooh, and we've got a high mark in the left lane here. Looks like the sled has stopped. We'll get an official high mark here in just a minute for Josh Mears. Up next will be number 216, Dylan Hart, local guy out of Lolo, Montana on a Polaris, followed by Riley Kincaid, Chance Jones, and Clancy Meager. All right, and Josh Mears is going to come in with an official high mark of 8.9. That's 8.9. Like I said, Dylan Hart on the hill right now. He'll be followed by Riley Kincaid, Chance Jones, and Clancy Meager to wrap up your amateur stock. Pro Senior Stock, remember, Gate 8 is going to move to the right. Gate 8, the entire gate, is moving to the right for Pro Senior Stock. So Farron, Brad, and Grant, keep that in mind.
Dolan Phelps comes in with 104.86 as we get ready to go with racer number 854, Cody Bonney, Helena, Montana. Riding Polaris, followed by Brandon Tittenser and Tanner Myers. And speaking of Brandon, I'm getting more texts from Hal. Gave me a thumbs up and a laughy face with tears. I didn't even know he knew how to emojicon. And he says, tell Brett Jensen hi. So, Brett Jensen, hi from Hal Tittenser. Cody Bonney on the mountain, riding Polaris.
And we have a message from Bill Bonney that says, go Cody Bonney.
Right on, Bill.
I'm assuming that's a relation of some sort.
I'm just guessing. Probably, I don't know. I'm going to guess Dad. What, you want to put some money on something?
Maybe? Dad, uncle, grandpa? Hard
Brother?
to say.
I bet he's got a brother.
Maybe brother?
I don't know.
Could
Maybe
be.
he'll tell us. We'll see who wins this wager. We both threw so many things out that I think our odds have gone down substantially. But, whoa!
he might get her going back in.
No,
That was skill right there.
Yeah, and I can't tell from the camera angle, but I think it was good. We'll have to go.
I think it was clean, but
Yeah.
we'll find out for sure.
Didn't leave the course. Didn't go past the flag. Got going back uphill. 1:12:01. If it's good, I think it is 1:12:01 for Cody Bonney. Up next, racer number 62, Brandon Tittenser, Afton, Wyoming, riding Polaris. This old man's been in my ear like crazy today. He's going to be followed by Tanner Myers and Will Burgess.
All right, and in the blue lane, Dylan Hart comes in with a high mark at 12.5. That's 12.5 for Dylan Hart. Up next, number 102, Riley Kincaid out of Victor, Idaho on an Arctic Cat, followed by Chancey Jones. And wrapping up your amateur stock, we'll have Clancy Meager. Remember, Pro Senior Stock, next class, we will have a gate 8 move to the right. So Pro Senior Stock, be aware of that.
.58.32, 58.32 for Brandon Tittenser. Good enough for second place right now. Up next, racer 2, Tanner Myers, Soda Springs, Idaho, riding Polaris. Going to be followed by Wild Will Burgess, Les Keller, wrapping up 7. Mod 7 improved. Be ready. 7 improved. We're 3 away. Jeremy Archibald, Will Burgess, Rob Kincaid. Seven stock. My goodness.
And in the blue lane, I'm just going to cut you off there, Kenny.
Probably a good idea.
In the blue lane, Riley Kincaid is going to get a high mark.
Man, oh man. Keep on cringing every time, but Tanner recovering perfectly in and out of those trenches. It's getting to be a very complicated course up there. Tanner Myers laying it all out, though. 1:01:15. 1:01:15 for Tanner Myers. Up next, racer number 541, Wild Will Burgess. Sublimity, Oregon, riding Articat. Going to be followed by Les Keller. That'll wrap up 7 stock. Said it right that time. Doesn't even rhyme with modified. I don't know how to get that right. 700 stock, finishing up. 7 improved. Be ready. Jeremy Archibald, Will Burgess, Rob Kincaid. Now, real interesting the way that Will just handled those jumps right there. Kept the track on the ground. Probably a pretty sound thought process right there, keeping the track on the ground, maintaining momentum rather than going in the air and losing contact with it. Kind of ironed out those bumps. Will not having the best day so far. Hasn't seen the top of the hill. I think it's going to happen for him right now. Oh, well, that wasn't my fault.
In the blue lane, Riley Kincaid gets an official high mark of 9.1 for Riley Kincaid. Up now on the hill is number 347, Chance Jones out of Smoot, Wyoming, riding a Skidoo, followed by Clancy Meager. And we'll be moving right into Pro Senior Stock with Fearless Farron Gilbert, followed by Brad Sharp and Grant Meyer.
All right, so Will Burgess comes in with 11.8, 11.8 for Will Burgess. Les Keller wrapping up 7 stock. I hear the improvers warming up.
And Chance Jones gets a high mark at 7.9. That's 7.9 for Chance Jones. Up next, number 373, Clancy Meager out of Jackson, Wyoming on a Polaris. He will wrap up your amateur stock and we'll be moving into pro senior stock as soon as we have a gate change at gate 8 to the right for the pro senior stock class.
Les Keller wrapping up the stock, 700 stock class, headed up the hill right now, looking to put down a double digits. This is one of the guys that can do it right here. We've only got two so far. Luke Rainey, your fastest qualifier with 5.784. Brandon Tittenser in second with 5.832. Gets pretty snug after that with the 101s, 102s, 103s. I think Riley Sprunger in fourth. Putting Garth Kaufman in third as it stands right now. $1,003. That's close. 100.03 for Les Keller, wrapping up 700 stock qualifying. 700 stock qualifying done. Now we're going to go to 700 improved stock. Up first in the class, racer number 422, Smithfield, Utah. Riding Articat, Jeremy Archibald, going to be followed by Wild Will if he's back down, and Rocky Mountain Rob.
All right, and wrapping up your amateur stock class, Clancy Meager comes in with a 115.43, 115.43 for Clancy Meager. That's good enough to put him in the 5th place position for qualifying. Up next, your pro senior stock. First out, we'll have number 115, Fearless Farron Gilbert out of Cascade, Idaho on a Skidoo, followed by Brad Sharp and Grant Meyer. Before they take off, though, we are going to be moving gate 8 to the right. Please pay attention, all of you riders in the blue lanes. Blue gate 8 is moving to the right.
In the meantime, Jeremy Archibald working his way up the hill. 700 improved in the pro lane. The red lane, the right lane. Jeremy Archibald on the hill and starts us off with 103.12, 103.12 for Jeremy Archibald. Up next, racer number 541. Looks like he's there already. Wild Will Burgess, Sublimity, Oregon, riding Articat. Going to be followed by Rob Kincaid. Man, we are Articat right out of the gate. All right, here we go in the red lane. Racer number 541, Will Burgess, Sublimity, Oregon, riding Articat.
And in the blue lane, Farron Gilbert comes in with a 105.24, 105.24. Up next, number 206, Brad Sharp out of Moxie, Washington on an Arctic Cat, followed by Grant Meyer. And that'll wrap up your pro senior stock. Real short class there. We'll be moving right into the juniors, age 12 to 13. First out, wait, no. Do we run them?
We already did
We
those.
ran them.
Yes,
and
we
we don't
did.
have the times for them, but we'll give you the times as soon as we get those. So it'll be pro senior stock, and then we'll be moving right into the juniors age 14 to 18. So juniors age 14 to 18, out first, Ian Arnold, Lad Udy, Hunter Hayden, Cole Thomas. Those of you in that class, please start getting ready.
All right, I think we're going to get it done with Wild Will right here. Up and over he goes. 1:16, 51, 1:16.51. For Will Burgess up next, racer number 103, Rocky Mountain Rob Kincaid out of Victor, Idaho, riding Arctic Cat, going to be followed by Jeremy Harvey and Brandon Tittenser. We are moving now. All right. I want to check out Rob's strategy as he hits these jumps. See if he catches a little more air, or if he's going to try to keep contact with the track on the ground.
You know, Kenny, it's a really fine line between getting a faster time being in the air and losing traction.
It really is. It depends on where you want to try to pick it up and
Right.
the potential of losing control coming down out of the sky.
Absolutely. And if you get too much air, then you're losing time. But if you stay on the ground, you may lose time in that situation as well. So it's
And
kind of a
unfortunately,
catch-22.
they don't allow us to give style points for the racers.
Unfortunately,
'Cause
no.
We've
It
seen
is-
some really cool dismounts.
Yes, we have. Unfortunately, it's all based on time. That's probably fortunate, really, because I don't think I would want to be the judge for that. And in the blue lane, Brad Sharp came in with a 113.11, 113.11 for Brad Sharp. Up on the hill now, number 306, Grant Meyer out of Laramie, Wyoming, on an Arctic Cat. That's Grant Meyer. And up next, we have Ian Arnold. Please report to the starting line. Ian Arnold, Lad Udy, Hunter Hayden, Cole Thomas. You guys are up. We're going straight into juniors 14 to 18. So Ian Arnold on the line, Lad Udy, and Hunter Hayden. Be ready.
All right, Rob Kincaid came in with 102.06, 102.06. Jeremy Harvey on the mount right now, racer number 406. Jeremy Harvey comes from Riverton, Utah. Got that right this time. He was riding Polaris, going to be followed by Brandon Tittenser and Tavern Rupp.
And Grant Meyer comes in with a 114.17. That's 114.17. So your unofficial finish is Farron Gilbert, Brad Sharp, Grant Meyer, just like it's written on the page. Up next, we're going to have juniors age 14 to 18. Again, out first, we have number 302, Ian Arnold out of Glen Rock, Wyoming on a Polaris, followed by Lad Udy, Hunter Hayden, Cole Thomas, and Dylan Hart. Those of you in the amateurs class, or in the juniors class, please report. Be ready to go.
108.05, 108.05 for Jeremy Harvey. Up next, racer number 62, Proud Papa watching at home in Afton, Wyoming. Brandon Tittenser rides Polaris, getting ready to go in the pro lane. Going to be followed by Tavern Rupp and Seth Wilson. Oh, boy. Brandon's got a full head of steam. Handled that corner as if it wasn't even there. Catching a little air.
You know, we were joking about gate 3 this morning. We hiked up there, and Brandon and a few others were at the top, Luke Rainey, and we were joking about them just, airing them out completely and just kind of essentially skipping that whole section, just flying through it. Pretty entertaining.
I can only imagine. I'll tell you what, watching Brandon this year, well, he's always been a great racer, but like his mind, he is so totally focused this year. It's really amazing. He has got an agenda, and I can't wait to see what happens a couple of weeks in Jackson at the World Championship.
It's going to be exciting for sure. And in the blue lane, Ian Arnold comes in with a 122.11, 122.11. Lad Udy, you should be on the starting line right now. Lad Udy, get to the starting line right now. Number 623 out of Smithfield, Utah on an Arctic Cat should be starting here very quickly. Followed by Hunter Hayden, be ready, Cole Thomas, Dylan Hart, and Bodie Robinson.
Brandon Tittenser comes in with 10044, 10044, fastest time in qualifying so far. Up next, racer number 192, Tavern Rupp, Tremont, Utah. Riding Polaris, followed by Seth Wilson and Taylor Seamers. All right, 10576 for Tavern Rupp. 10576. Going to be a tough class here. They are stacking them in there real tight. Up next, racer number 89, Seth Wilson, Santaquin, Utah, riding Polaris, followed by Taylor Seamers and Aaron Kapner.
One 10.07, 110.07 for Lad Udy. That's 110.07. Up next, number 650, Hunter Hayden out of Missoula, Montana on a Skidoo, followed by Cole Thomas, Dylan Hart, and Bodie Robinson.
One 10522, 10522 Seth Wilson. Up next, racer number 106, Taylor Seamers, Evanston, Wyoming, riding Polaris, followed by Aaron Kapner and Jonathan Dermus. All right, Taylor Seamers over the jumps. Real good up to gate 3.
All right, and Hunter Hayden from Team Locksaw gets a 119.00, 119.00 for Hunter Hayden. Up next, number 401, Cole Thomas out of Afton, Wyoming on a Polaris, followed by Dylan Hart, Bodie Robinson, and Wyatt Mackey.
102.28 for Taylor Seamers, 102.28. I believe that is probably right about third in qualifying right now. Up next, race number 397, Aaron Capener, Idaho Falls, Idaho, riding Arctic Cat, going to be followed by Jonathan Dermis and Riley Sprunger. Arctic Cat racer right here. Woo! Aaron Capener. Those cats have a lot of attitude. There's no doubt about it.
They're definitely sassy.
Ooh, yeah.
And they're going to tell you about it.
Flying over the jump, the first jump. Smoothed it out a little on the second, getting over gate 5 there, not 3. Called it 3. Third jump, 5th gate. There we go.
5th gate. You're good. And in the blue lane, I believe we've got a high mark going there. It looks like the hill help kind of swarmed in there. We'll let you know what the official mark is as soon as we hear it.
Whoa. Aaron Capener getting bucked off. Still got a hold of the sled.
Whoa.
If his tether, yeah, I don't.
Oh, man. He was taking that thing for a re-entry.
He sure was.
For those of you that don't know, when you're heading one direction and you end up on the tip of the tail of your track there and then flip it back around and head in the opposite direction, that is considered what they call a re-entry.
All right, 11.9 is going to be the high mark for Aaron Capener, 11.9. I thought he was going to get it back together and get pointed back the right direction, but
it
didn't work
close.
out that way. Up next, race number 222, Jonathan Dermis, Whitewater, Colorado, riding Polaris, followed by Riley Sprunger and Ian St. John. Jonathan Dermis, first year as a pro right here.
And in the blue lane, they're giving Cole Thomas a high mark at 12.1. That's 12.1 for Cole Thomas. Up on the hill now, number 216, Cole Thomas out of Up on the hill now is number 216, Dylan Hart out of Lolo, Montana. He also a local rider on a Polaris. He'll be followed by Bodie Robinson, Wyatt Mackey, and Tanner Thomas.
Oh, no. All right. Not sure. Couldn't quite see. Looked up at just the wrong time. Jonathan Dermis basically same kind of deal. There's something there about the snow. Jonathan Dermis going to have taken 11.411.4 as a high mark. As we get ready to go with this young Montana racer right here, racer number 515, Riley Sprunger, Butte, Montana, riding Polaris, looking for big things this year out of this racer. He's going to be followed by Ian St. John and Clint Covert.
Funny that you said young Montana. Excuse me. We're in Montana, not Wyoming. Young Montana rider, because in the left lane we also have a young Montana rider who follows in his dad's footsteps. I believe it's his dad, Shane Hart.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you noticed, but he is wearing a Hawaiian shirt today.
Is he?
He sure is. Mr. Dylan Hart is in a black and white Hawaiian shirt. So
bringing the flying Hawaiian tradition back to the mountain again. Are you kidding me?
Absolutely. So keep your eyes open for him. Should be pretty much a fun ride.
I love it.
And that Flying Hawaiian just got a 112.90, 112.90. That's good enough to put him in the second place for qualifying so far at 112.90 for Dylan Hart. Up next, number 68, Bodie Robinson out of Cedar City, Utah on a Polaris, followed by Wyatt Mackey, Tanner Thomas, and Kaylee Wadsworth.
Riley Sprunger working his way up there. This is where things get a little dicey for the rest of the racers, but Riley Sprunger handling it pretty good, looking for his helmet to come up over the top. There it is.
Getting through that like a pro, huh?
You betcha. 104.22, 104.22 for Riley Sprunger. Up next, racer number 111, Ian St. John, Kellogg, Idaho, riding Arctic Cat.
Did you get what I did there?
I got what you did there. That was very sneaky of you. Ian St. John going to be followed by Clint Covert and Keith Bailey.
And it looks like Bodie is going to be getting a high mark, and we'll let you know what that high mark is officially. Bodie Robinson comes in with a high mark of 9.3. That's 9.3 for Bodie Robinson. Up next in the left lane, 747, Wyatt Mackey out of Cokeville, Wyoming on a Skidoo, followed by Tanner Thomas, Kaylee Wadsworth, and Tiffany McWilliams.
All right, here we go. Ian St. John. Wow. Nothing but a flash over the jump right there, over to number 2 to go on for the third jump. Building some speed early on. Ian St. John running into a little bit of trouble there. Kellogg, Idaho racer. He'll help moved in, get to take a high mark.
Looks like he dug down pretty deep there.
Yes, it does.
So that'll be a high mark in the red lane. We'll let you know what that is officially.
11.8, 11.8 for Ian St. John. And we have on the starting line racer number 54, Clint Covert, Idaho Falls, Idaho, riding Arctic Cat, going to be followed by Keith Bailey and Cody Bonney.
And we've got a high mark coming down in the blue lane at 11.2. 11.2 for Wyatt Mackey. Up next, we'll have number 120, Tanner Thomas out of Afton, Wyoming on a Polaris, followed by Kaylee Wadsworth, Tiffany McWilliams, and Braden Brew.
And Clint Covert is off and running. It's a cat. No mistaking that. I didn't even try to do that. That was a terrible rhyme. All right. Kind of taking the easy approach over the jumps. Smoothing them out just a little bit. Now puts the hammer down as he heads for gate number 5. It's that last jump. Took that one pretty easy, too. Oh, no. Clint Covert is off just past gate 12 there. All right, Clint Covert comes in with 12.2, 12.2. The high mark for Clint Covert as we get ready to go with racer number 517, Keith Bailey from Utah. Riding Polaris, followed by Cody Bonney and Dolan Phelps.
One 107.51 for Tanner Thomas. That will put him in the first place for qualifying so far. Up next, we have number 81, Kaylee Wadsworth out of Cedar City, Utah on a Polaris, followed by Tiffany McWilliams, Braden Brew, and Austin Rogers.
One 107.05, 107.05 for Keith Bailey, 107.05. Up next,
All right, and Kaylee Wadsworth comes in with a high mark of 7.8. 7.8 for Kaylee Wadsworth. Up next on the hill, number 902, Tiffany McWilliams out of Dillon, Montana on an Arctic Cat, followed by Braden Brew, Austin Rogers, and Allie Bledsoe.
All right, we're ready to go with race number 854. Cody Bonnie, Helena, Montana. Riding Polaris going to be followed by Dolan Phelps, Dave McClure, Big Ben Slensick, and Brock Sharp going to finish up 7 Improved. Then we go to 7 Mod.
You've been on 7 Mod for a while.
Yeah.
That was a joke.
Yeah, well, they need to catch up to me.
Right? You're just trying to save some time here for us,
You betcha.
right?
You betcha. I call it efficiency. Everybody else seems to call it screwing up.
And in the blue lane, we have a high mark. We'll let you know officially what that high mark is here in just a second. And blue gets a high mark at gate 8 for Tiffany McWilliams. Gate 8. Up next, number 449, Braden Brew out of Missoula, Montana on a Polaris. Followed by Austin Rogers, Allie Bledsoe, and Dallin Ruffing.
And Cody Bonnie turns in a 103-23. 103-23. Up next, racer number 169, Dolan Phelps, Fishhaven, Idaho, riding Polaris, followed by Dave McClure and Big Ben Slensick. Brock Sharp wrapping up 7 Improved. All right, Dolan Phelps up on the mountain. Rocking, rolling, massaging out those trenches.
Speaking of those trenches, they don't look like they're very deep from down here. They look like a pretty smooth line.
That's
But
the
in
trick.
all actuality, they range from like 4 or 5 feet deep to a foot deep to back to 4 or 5 deep.
Just enough to really ruin your day. 103.74, 103.74 for Dolan Phelps. Up next, racer number 150, Dave McClure, Swan Valley, Idaho, riding Arctic, followed by Big Ben and Brock Sharp.
Ooh, and we've got a roll over there in the blue lane. They're going to catch that sled there. And it looks like he took out a gate, so.
All right. Dave McClure blazing it through there.
All right, and Braden Brew gets a high mark of 11.2. That's 11.2 for Braden Brew. Up next, number 509, Austin Rogers out of Francis, Utah on a Skidoo, followed by Miss Allie Bledsoe, Dallin Ruffing, and Jackson Rogers.
100.64, 100.64 for Dave McClure. Up next, Racer number 72, Big Ben Slensick, Rock Springs, Wyoming, riding Skidoo, followed by Brock Sharp. Who's that guy, that Big Ben fella?
Come on, Big Benny.
Yeah. A little love story going on here, I think.
A year ago yesterday, he asked me to marry him.
That's right. Oh, my God. And we announced it here. Or when did
Yes.
you let me finally?
No, we didn't announce it here because not all of our family knew.
That's right.
So we had to wait till Jackson. Yeah,
That's
it was
right.
announced at Jackson.
Remember that now.
Come on, Benny.
Oh, that dreaded gate 12. I don't know what it is that's grabbing those racers and hooking them around like that, but what a struggle they've had in that neighborhood.
And on the hill in the blue lane is number 509, Austin Rogers out of Francis, Utah on a Skidoo, followed by Allie Bledsoe, Dallin Ruffing, Jackson Rogers, and Caleb Adams.
12.4 going to be the high mark for Big Ben Dagnabbit. 12.4 for Ben. Oh, wow. Ben doing some trick riding up there.
Whew.
You're white knuckling that microphone for a second.
Just for a second. We're good. We're good. And in the blue lane, we have a 105.37, 105.37 for Austin Rogers. Up next, number 131, Miss Allie Bledsoe out of Lolo, Montana on a Skidoo, followed by Dallin Ruffing, Jackson Rogers, and Caleb Adams.
All right, and here we go. This is the kid that went from junior straight into the pros, racer number 706, Brock Sharp, Moxie, Washington. He's riding Articat, and I'll tell you what, this kid can put the hammer down just effortlessly handling those jumps. All right, getting cheered on by the hill help, getting up by that gate number 12. Look at the shelf that is building right there. Oh, man. Giving it all he's got, keeping that forward momentum. I think he's still going up. That's riding
I think so
right
too.
there. 18,
Let's hope he's still in the gates there.
Exactly.
Hard to tell.
18-year-old kid just pulled that maneuver off. When we talk about technical riding, that's what we mean.
Well, and he's up at the top, but I think he missed some gates, and I think that's officially what they're calling down.
All right. So, all right. Went out at gate 13, even though we went through the lights. High mark going to be a 13 for Brock Sharp as we get ready to go into 700 modified. These are the boosted rigs right here. And new developments about the boosts.
And Miss Allie, she's got it going. She's about to get a time here at 114.00, 114.00 for Miss Allie Bledsoe. Up next, number 227, Dallin Ruffing out of Kimberly, Idaho on a Skidoo, followed by Jackson Rogers, Caleb Adams, and Riley Kincaid.
All right, on the mountain in the red lane, starting off 700 modified, racer number 44, Scott Thompson, Logan, Utah, riding Skidoo. Headed up the hill in the blue lane, racer number 227, my buddy Dallin Ruffing, Kimberly, Idaho, riding Skidoo. Incredible racers on the mountain right now. 101.37 in the red for Scott Thompson. 101.37. Up next in red, going to be racer number 150, Dave McClure, Swan Valley, Idaho, riding Articat. Now, this is not a turbo sled. This is supercharged. Speedworks. Garth Kaufman came in and kind of talked to us about it a little bit, explained the difference. Like, the lag is not so much there as with the turbo sleds. It's a similar response with more power to your stock sleds or your improved sleds, but there's less lag in it. But these are supercharged, Speedworks superchargers. And Dallin Ruffing coming in with 115.27, 115.27 for Dallin Ruffing. Nice run as we get ready to go with racer number 267. Jackson Rogers, Camas, Utah, riding Skidoo. He's going to be followed by Caleb Adams and Riley Kincaid. All right. Lend an ear to this next racer. Listen to the difference in the sound of the Speedworks supercharged snowmobile. No turbo bark, no lag, all power. There he is, Dave McClure, Swan Valley, Idaho, riding an Articat right here. Supercharged Speedworks, making it happen. One on 9:21 for Jackson Rogers. 109.21 up next. Racer number 96, Caleb Adams, Billings, Montana, riding Polaris, followed by Riley Kincaid and Clancy Meager. Wow, 58.16, 5.816 for Dave McClure. Up next, racer number 517, Keith Bailey, Ephraim, Utah, riding Polaris, going to be followed by Tavern Rupp and Travis Zollinger. Once again, Caleb Adams out of Billings on the hill in the semi-pro lane, the blue lane, left lane. Here we go in the red, Keith Bailey. All right, 9.7 going to be the high mark for Jackson Rogers. Or no, sorry, Caleb Adams. 9.7 going to be the high mark. Up next, racer number 102, Riley Kincaid. Victor, Idaho, riding Articat, followed by Clancy Meager and Chance Jones. Riley's on the line, I believe. Ruh-roh raggy. 13.2 going to be the high mark for Keith Bailey. 13.2 for Keith Bailey. Up next, racer number 192, Tavern Rupp, Tremont, Utah, riding Polaris, followed by Travis Zollinger and Brandon Tittenser. All right, semi-pro improved. We already ran our snow bikes, so semi-pro improved. You're up next in the blue. Semi-pro improved.
Woo, and a 104.75, 104.75 for Riley Kincaid. That'll be your new fastest rider at 104.75 in this qualifying. Up next, number 373, Clancy Meager out of Jackson, Wyoming on a Polaris, followed by Chance Jones. And wrapping up will be Kellen Cook for your juniors. And since we already ran snow bikes for the stock class, we are going with semi-pro improved stock. So DJ Hilliard, Hunter Johnson, Declan Ruffing, Sam Peterson, Matt McCrae. Start getting your sleds ready. Again, that's DJ Hilliard, Hunter Johnson, Declan Ruffing, Sam Peterson, and Matt McCrae. Start getting your sleds ready.
102.50, 102.50 for Tavern Rub. Up next, race number 20, Travis Zollinger, Logan, Utah, riding Polaris, followed by Brandon Tittenser and Storm Johnson. All right, here's Travis Zollinger riding Polaris.
And in the blue lane, we have a 109.13, 109.13. That is good enough for fourth place so far. Up next, we're going to have number 347, Chance Jones out of Smoot, Wyoming on a Skidoo. Wrapping up your juniors class will be Kellen Cook, and we'll be moving on into semi-pro improved stock. DJ Hilliard, Hunter Johnson, Declan Ruffing, Sam Peterson, Matt McCrae. Get your sleds running.
Wow, Travis Zollinger looking good today with 59.76, 59.76, 59.7. Second fastest qualifier so far. Up next, racer number 62, Brandon Tittenser, Afton, Wyoming, riding Polaris, followed by Storm Johnson and Seth Wilson.
Oh, no. Chance Jones looks like he is. They're going to call that a 9.3 for Chance Jones. 9.3 as a high mark there for him. Number 29, Kellen Cook out of Ogden, Utah on a Polaris is your last juniors rider. And we will be into semi-pro improved stock. Out first will be number 417, DJ Hilliard, followed by Hunter Johnson, Declan Ruffing, Sam Peterson, and Matt McCrae.
Wow, 5.751. Brandon Tittenser, your new fastest qualifier. 5.751 for Brandon. Up next, racer number 383. Storm Johnson, Saginaw, Minnesota, riding Polaris. Going to be followed by Seth Wilson and Calvin Ehrman. All right, headed up the hill right now. Storm Johnson all the way from Minnesota.
All right, and Kellen Cook comes in with a high mark at 9.5, 9.5 for Kellen Cook. That will wrap up your juniors, and we'll be moving into semi-pro improved stock. Out first, number 417, DJ Hilliard out of Afton, Wyoming on a Polaris, followed by Hunter Johnson, Declan Ruffing, Sam Peterson.
Trayson Lutz to the pits. Trayson Lutz to the pits. 56.95, 56.95. New fastest qualifier for Storm Johnson, 56.95. Up next, racer number 89, Seth Wilson, Santaquin, Utah, riding Polaris, followed by Calvin Ehrman and Mike Thompson. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, that shelf building right there before gate number 12 claims another victim, Seth Wilson. 11.7 going to be that high mark, 11.7. All right, race number 524C, Calvin Ehrman, Salmon Arm, British Columbia, riding Articat on his way up the hill. Going to be followed by Mike Thompson and Big Ben Slensick.
And in the blue lane, we have a high mark of 9.4 for DJ Hilliard, 9.4. Up next will be number 275, Hunter Johnson out of Jackson, Wyoming on a Skidoo, followed by Declan Ruffing, Sam Peterson, and Matt McCrae. And unofficially in the juniors, your top 12 qualifiers, this is unofficially, I have Riley Kincaid, Austin Rogers, Tanner Thomas, Clancy Meager, Jackson Rogers, Ladd Udy, Dylan Hart, Allie Bledsoe, Dallin Ruffing, Hunter Hayden, Ian Arnold, and Cole Thomas. Again, that's unofficially. I apologize. I forgot. Juniors all qualify. Please excuse me. They don't do top 12 in juniors. All juniors will qualify for tomorrow's finals. Thanks, Bart.
All right, race number 75, Mike Thompson, Providence, Utah, on the hill right now. So Calvin Ehrman came in with 101.21, 101.21 for Calvin Ehrman. Up next, racer on the hill, racer number 75, Mike Thompson, out of Providence, Utah, going to be followed by Big Ben and Kyle Tapio.
And in the blue lane, Hunter Johnson comes in with a 105.07, 105.07 for Hunter Johnson. On the hill now, number 32, Declan Ruffing out of Kimberly, Idaho on a Skidoo, followed by Sam Peterson, Matt McRae, and Matt Wenger.
All right, Mike Thompson with 111.15, 111.15 on the mountain right now. Racer number 72, Big Ben Slinsik, Rock Springs, Wyoming, riding Skidoo, followed by Kyle Tapio and Danny Johnson.
And in the blue lane, we have a high mark at gate 10. High mark at gate 10.
$105.35, 105.35 for Big Ben. Up next, race number 318, Kyle Tapio, Battleground, Washington, riding Arctic, followed by Danny Johnson and Russ Tapio.
And in the blue lane, that was Declan Ruffing with the high mark at gate 10. And up on the hill next will be number 98, Sam Peterson, coming by right now out of Wisdom, Montana on a Polaris, followed by, oh, just kidding, that was in your pro lane that was coming by. So Sam Peterson will be by in just a few seconds, I'm sure. Following him will be Matt McRae, Matt Wenger, and Landon Culla.
$56, $54, $56, $54 for Kyle Tapio. Yep, new fastest qualifier right there, Kyle Tapio. Up next, race number 107, Danny Johnson, Camas, Utah. Riding Skidoo, followed by Russ Tapio and Aaron Kapner.
One 102.19 for Sam Peterson. That's good enough to put him in the first place position so far. Up next, we have number 59, Matt McRae out of Prince George, BC on a Polaris, followed by Matt Wenger, Landon Culla, and Ryan Wood.
59.33 for Danny Johnson, 59.33. Up next, racer number 322, Russ Tapio, Battleground, Washington. Riding Articat, going to be followed by Aaron Kapner and Andy Thomas.
And we have another comment on our live feed. Great run, Cody. Go Shepherd Racing from Kelsey Boyd. I'm guessing she's somewhere nearby-ish. Since
Could
the
be.
Shepherd team is.
Yeah.
We're in their backyard, literally.
Well, they got fans worldwide, so.
True. That is very true. And we have a 105.27, 105.27 for Matt McCrae. That's good enough to put him in third place so far. Up next, we have number 595, Matt Wenger out of Post Falls, Idaho on an Arctic Cat, followed by Landon Cullen, Ryan Wood, and Richard Hershey.
Here's something you don't hear every day. Russ Tapio going to get a high mark of 10.1, 10.1 for Russ Tapio. Up next, racer number 397, Aaron Capner, running another of those supercharged sleds by Speedworks. Articat out of Idaho Falls, Aaron Capner. Idaho Falls, Idaho, riding Articat. Supercharged snowmobile, not turboed. Very distinct. Listen to this one go by again. We've already had one go. Got another one coming up.
You can definitely tell.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Did you
There
hear it?
it is. I think I felt it.
In my toes. And a 105.89105 for 0.89 for Matt Wenger. Wow, these guys are really stacking it up here. That'll put him in the fourth place so far. Up next, number 308, Landon Cullen out of Yolcott, Washington on an Arctic Cat, followed by Ryan Wood, Richard Hershey, and Logan Brewer. And in the blue lane, Landon Cullen looks like he might be stuck. I don't know if they put any hands on him yet. He was roosting there for a minute, but I think they're going to move in and get him turned back around. Yep, looks like they're tugging on him there. So we'll get a high mark here in just a second for you.
All right, Eric Capner comes in with 101.55, 101.55 for Aaron Capner. Up next, racer number 104, Andy Thomas, Afton, Wyoming, riding players, followed by Aaron Sturk and Tanner Myers.
And the official high mark for Landon Cullen is a 9.9. That's 9.9 for Landon Cullen. Up next, number 59, Ryan Wood out of Big Timber, Montana on an Arctic Cat, followed by Richard Hershey, Logan Brewer, and Luke Bledsoe. All right, and in your red lane, you have number 104, Andy Thomas out of Afton, Wyoming on a Polaris, followed by Aaron Stirk, Tanner Myers, and Aaron Buchelman. And in your blue lane, you currently have number 59, Ryan Wood, out of Big Timber, Montana on an Arctic Cat. He'll be followed by Richard Hershey, Logan Brewer, and Luke Bledsoe. $57.00 for Andy Thomas. And I believe that will put him in the third place position so far. Up next, number 285, Aaron Casher Crash Stirk out of Pinedale, Wyoming on a Polaris, followed by Tanner Myers, Aaron Buchelman, and Garth Kaufman. That was 109.81, for Ryan Wood. Up next, number 525, Richard Hershey out of Jackson, Montana on a Polaris, followed by Logan Brewer, Luke Bledsoe, and Cody Patrick.
59-19, 5919 for Aaron Stirk. Up next, racer number 2, Tanner Myers, Soda Springs, Idaho. Young fella right here, second year in the pros, laying it all out there on a Polaris. He's going to be followed by Garth Kaufman and Sandy Sletton, a couple Wyoming boys. Wow, Tanner Myers.
He's flying up there.
I believe he picked up some air miles right there. Holy smokes.
I wonder if that'll count for his next trip.
I don't know.
And in the blue lane, we have a high mark at 9.5 for Richard Hershey. At 9.5 for Richard Hershey. Up next, number 484, Logan Brewer out of Laramie, Wyoming on a Polaris, followed by Luke Bledsoe, Cody Patrick, and Gage Peterson.
Oh, yeah. Tanner making it up over the shelf real easy. I can't really tell with the light on that how much it is, or if it's getting knocked down a little bit, but it's still tripping up some racers.
It seems like it's pretty tall.
Yeah.
I know some of those shelves at Afton were 4 or 5 feet tall.
Mm-hmm.
So
and these look bigger.
They do.
10075, 10075 for Tanner Myers. Up next, racer number 13X, Aaron Buchelman, Caldwell, Idaho, riding Polaris, followed by Garth Kaufman and Sandy Sletton. Haven't seen Aaron yet today, but we may see the sound barrier.
Pay attention, everyone. This ought to be fun.
A little bit of a sonic boom right here.
Oh, and we got the blue lane going rogue there, making their own path. Getting a high mark at gate 10 for Logan Brewer. High mark at gate 10. Up next, number 414, Luke Bledsoe, Team Locksaw out of Lolo, Montana on a Skidoo, followed by Cody Patrick, Gage Peterson, and Colton Taylor.
Wow, here we go. 55-40, new fastest qualifier right there. 5540 for Aaron Buchelman. Getting ready to go now to Garth Kaufman, Alta, Wyoming. And the Speedworks supercharged Articat coming to the line right here. Another one of those cool sounds. Articats have a distinct sound anyway, even whether or not how they're boosted, but it seems like these Speedworks sleds have that real distinct, I don't even know what to describe it as. It's insane.
Oh, and we have another turnout. Oh, and he's got it laid over on the side and got it stopped up there. So we'll get a high mark for you for Luke Bledsoe's 9.4. 9.4 for Luke Bledsoe. Up next, number 376, Cody Patrick out of Butte, Montana on a Polaris, followed by Gage Peterson, Colton Taylor, and Sean Kemp. And Kenny, I figured out who Kelsey Boyd is, who was given a little shout out to Cody Shepard.
Oh, yeah?
Well, Cody and Shepard Racing, I should say. Boyd is her maiden name. Her married name is Shepard. She's married to Toby Shepard. So
oh, well, there you go.
that is the relationship
Got that figured
there.
out.
And Kurt Owen says, good run, Sam Peterson. Go Shepard Racing. And Nick, I'm going to slaughter this. I'm sorry. Vermeer? Way to go, Storm Johnson, from your fan club at Crooked Creek Guest Ranch in Dubois, Wyoming. So we've got people from all over checking us out today, which is lots of fun.
I love it. In fact, we hang out with that crew in Afton. They came over to the Calcutta, and things got out of hand. Garth Kaufman coming in with 58.26, 5826. Sandy Sletton headed up the hill right now. Going to be followed by Les Keller. Jonathan Dermis wrapping up the class. ProMaster stock, be ready.
Right. In the blue lane, Cody Patrick comes in with a 106.08, 106.08. That'll put him in the fifth place qualifying position so far. Up on the hill now, we have number 736, Gage Peterson out of Morgan, Utah on an Articat, followed by Colton Taylor, Sean Kemp, and Trayson Lutz.
And 58.94 for Sandy Sletton, 58.94. As we get ready to go with racer number 147, another Montana racer from Kalispell riding a Colossus. I don't know where that came from. How about let's try Polaris? Sounds a lot better to me. Up after
Colossus is fun, though.
Yeah, that it is. Up after that, racer number 222, Jonathan Dermis, Whitewater, Colorado, wrapping up the class. ProMaster stock, be ready. Rick Haglund, Rob Kincaid, Josh Kennedy, your first up in ProMaster stock.
108.29, 108.29 for Gage Peterson. Up next, number 215, Colton Taylor out of Daniel, Wyoming on a Polaris, followed by Sean Kemp, Trayson Lentz, and Ty McKay.
59.38, 59.38 for Les Keller, 59.38. Jonathan Dermis on the track. He's racer number 222. Once again, first year in the pros of Whitewater, Colorado. Great racer. 59.49, 59.49. Good run by Jonathan Dermis. Boy, they are stacked in there tight. In 700 modified, that is going to wrap up qualifying. Up next, ProMaster Stock. ProMaster Stock up first, racer number 144. Rick Haglund, Laramie, Wyoming, riding Skidoo, followed by Rob Kincaid and Josh Kennedy.
And a 105.23, 105.23. Good enough to qualify in third place so far for Colton Taylor. Up next, number 622, Sean Kemp out of Hamilton, Montana on an Arctic Cat, followed by Trayson Letts, Ty McKay, and Colton McCallum.
Can't thank them enough. The corporate sponsors of the Rocky Mountain States Hill Climb Association: Polaris, Driven Power Sports, Zebros Racing, Fox, Timber Sled, CA Pro Skis, The Rustic Inn, The Lodge at Jackson Hole, Starting Line Products, Climb, U.S. Diesel Parts, Curve Industries, Charmac Trailers, American Snowmobiler Magazine, and Western Power Sports, helping the wheels go round on RMSHA all season long. And our local sponsors, big thanks going out to Team Locksaw, putting in hours, volunteering time, gathering up sponsors, and Harrington Bottling, taking care of your Pepsi products, Mountain Dew, the drink of the weekend, bringing you the live feed, Carl's Cycle Sales, Wimps Body Works Incorporated, and a big thanks going out to Lost Trail, Powder Mountain, right here, hosting the Rocky Mountain States Hill Climb Association. Polaris manufacturer sponsors also jumping in on helping making that live feed happen. Bitterroot Brewing out of Hamilton, Montana. Hamilton is one of my favorite Montana towns. Lots of fun stuff there. Big thanks to Kurt's Off-Road. And, of course, Zollinger Racing Products going to help get this televised on Altitude coming up in April. Wayland Tire.
112.18, 112.18 for Sean Kemp. Up on the hill, number 126, Trayson Letts out of Garden City, Utah on a Polaris, followed by Ty McKay, Colton McCallum, and Brady Stone.
Back to racing in the red lane, racer number 144, Rick Haglund, Laramie, Wyoming, riding Skidoo. Pro Master Stock classes, all these racers over the age of 40 years old. We call them Pro Masters. Looks like that shelf threw Rick just a little bit of a curveball right there. He'll help moving in. 10.5 for Rick Haglund, going to be the high mark. Going to get him cleared up on the starting line right now. Racer number 103, Rocky Mountain Rob Kincaid, Victor, Idaho, riding Arctic Cat. Going to be followed by Josh Kennedy and Brad Sharp.
And Trayson Letts is going to get a high mark at 12.1. That's 12.1 for Trayson Letts. Up next, number 731, Ty McKay out of Dillon, Montana on a Polaris, followed by Colton McCallum, Brady Stone, and Shane Bullock.
All right. Rocky Mountain Rob up and over with 102.62, 102.62 for Rob Kincaid. Getting ready to go now with race number 201. Great guy out of Ogden, Utah. Josh Kennedy riding Skidoo. All right. All right, Josh Kennedy. Up and over, first time in the saddle today for Josh Kennedy. All right, Josh headed for that shelf. Powers through it. Doing good. Hang in there, Josh. Oh, and another one.
And Ty McKay comes in with a 108.91, 108.91 for Ty McKay. Up next, number 224, Colton McCallum out of Grand Junction, Colorado on a Polaris, followed by Brady Stone, Shane Bullock, Jaden Cook. Then we're going to have Charlie Lucas and Cody Wood will wrap up the class for your semi-pro improved stock, and then we'll be running women's improved stock. Taylor Myers, Shelley Balls, Taylor Peck, Whitney Archibald, JD and Pfaff, Crystal Cooper, Sammy Rogers.
All right. 12.1. Almost got through that spot. 12.1 going to be the high mark for Josh Kennedy. Up next, racer number 206. Brad Sharp, Moxie Washington riding Arctic Cat. I don't think he's going to let that trench get him down. Going to be followed by Cole Wilford and Tony Zollinger.
102.70, 102.70 for Colton McCallum. Up next, number 910, Brady Stone out of Ovando, Montana on a Polaris, followed by Shane Bullock, Jaden Cook, and Charlie Lucas.
All right. The official mark now coming in for Josh Kennedy, 11.9. 11.9 for Josh Kennedy. And just about got him out of there, and on his way back down, we'll open the lane for Brad Sharp. And here he territory. It's not really a
Brady Stone. And I think Shane Bullock, you are on the clock. Shane Bullock, report to the starting line. Your time has started.
And Brad Sharp comes in with 101.65101.65 for Brad Sharp as we get ready to go with racer number 252 out of Fruita, Colorado. Cole Wilford riding Polaris. I think this is his first year in the Pro Masters.
Again, Shane Bullock, report to the starting line. Shane Bullock, you are wanted at the starting line. You are up. Your time is going.
$58.88. 5888 for Cole Wilford. Fastest qualifier so far in ProMaster stock. Up next, racer number 3, Tony Zollinger, Wellsville, Utah, riding Arctic Cat. Going to be followed by Farron Gilbert and Sandy Sletton. All right, Tony Zollinger headed up to the second jump.
All right, and we have a high mark in 9.7. 9.7 for Shane Bullock. Up next, number 78, Jaden Cook out of Ogden, Utah on a Polaris, followed by Charlie Lucas, and wrapping up your semi-pro and poo to be Cody Wood, followed by Women's Improved Stock, Taylor Myers, Shelly Balls, Taylor Peck. Be ready.
102.56, 102.56 for Tony Zollinger. Up next, racer number 115, Fearless Farron Gilbert, Cascade, Idaho, riding Skidoo. Going to be followed by Sandy Sletton and Trent Handsaker. All right. Farron Gilbert had got an incredible ability to read the track out in front of him. This is the tricky part. Going to size it up. Going to pin it. Going to power through it. Come on, Farron. Yeah.
And you know, Farron and Jim are two of the oldest on the circuit that are racing.
I like to call them most experienced.
Absolutely, I like that term.
Not going to talk about what experiences, but 105, 104, 54 for Fearless Farron Gilbert. I love it. I love it. Up next, racer number 29, Sandy Sletton, Pinedale, Wyoming. Riding Polaris going to be followed by Trent Handsaker and Tom Roby.
I saw some roost up there. On a Polaris, and he will be your last.
Red got him. No.
Those on the hill, flag the next racer. Red lane.
Down, give him a restart on that run. For Articad. Now, we talked about picking a good line, how he decides to tackle that bad. Just broke loose on him. He about had it. If he'd have been the right, just a smidgen more, I think he'd have got hold and rolled right up Tupper. What?
9.7, 9.7.
Always working, though. Seems to be working hard.
And in the blue